before we start, we have a council member is joining us remotely. Heath Clay is away on business. And Heath, do you have a reason for not being here? I think I just told you, right?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I am remote. I have a work engagement. I'm not able to be there in person, so thank you all for pulling me in.
Well, we haven't done it yet, but you've gone above and beyond by phoning in. Do I hear a motion to allow Heath to join us by remote?
I make a motion that we allow Mr. Clay to join us remotely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Councilmember Clay to join us by remote signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? You're in. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
First we have our Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I've already informed the clerk and the manager that I will need to phone in or continue the meeting remotely starting at 8 o'clock due to lack of childcare. Requesting permission to do that.
I move that we allow Mr. Stalls to participate remotely.
And I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Mr. Stalls to participate by remote signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. All right, you're in. So, first of all, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and tonight we have a special honor of having Boatswain's Mate Second Class, Mr. Greg Ramey. He was in the military. He was in the Navy. He severed his service on April 1984, April 1988. His service was on the USS Fletcher, DD 992. It was a Spruance class destroyer, commissioned in July 1980 and decommissioned in October 2004. He was stationed in San Diego, California, and Boatswain's Mate Second Class E5 and was honorably discharged. And then he went on to served with the airport police and retired from them after 23 years. In the Navy, he was awarded the Good Conduct Award, the Sea Service Ribbon, Coxswain, navigating small boats, landing craft, aircraft rescue boat operator, and flight deck helicopter signalman enlisted. And along with him, we have a very special guest by the name of Jackson Rivenbark, who just last night earned his Boy Scout badge. So thank you for being with us tonight. Thank you very much. And we're going to let you recite the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Ramey.
Thank you very much.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can y'all come up real quick and bring young Jackson with us?
Watch out. Watch the cool, careful.
Watch out. Why don't you start out that way?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thanks again. Nice to meet you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I believe it is.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mayor Pro Tem will now do the invocation.
If everyone would please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather here today, we ask that you fill each heart with hope and your abundant grace. As we seek to grow in our relationship with you, guide us also in strengthening our bond with one another and with the community we serve. Grant us wisdom and clarity as we make decisions for our town. Help us to lead with open minds, steady confidence, and disciplined hearts, always striving to do what is right and just. May we keep you at the forefront of all we do. Teach us to receive and share your wisdom, to extend your grace, and to reflect your boundless love in our actions. Through your grace, may we find peace in the past, purpose in the present, and hope in the future. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Now we'll introduce ourselves. We'll start over here as usual on the left.
Leah Rucker, Town Clerk.
Jacob Southard, Parks and Recreation.
Jeff Bacon, Deputy Clerk.
John Doggett.
Lynn Williams Devaney.
Lee Haywood.
John Hamilton.
Kyle Stalls.
Nick Herman.
Ashley Anderson, Town Attorney.
Twig Rollins, Town Manager.
And we have Heath Clay by remote. Okay. Announcements and recognitions. Who wants to start? I guess we'll start.
I do have some announcements.
What about, Lynn, can you hand the mic? We have to do the adoption of the agenda.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't pass over. The adoption of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to adopt the agenda as written. However, I'd like to add 9H, which is the ban for Founder's Day for Friday night. It's the approval of the contract.
And that is the performance agreement up here?
Yes, sir.
I can vouch for him. He's the son of a friend of mine. So, all right. Besides Mayor Pro Tem's addition, is there any others? All right. Can I hear a motion?
I second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is adopted. Right now, announcements and recognitions.
Okay, I do have some announcements that, Mr. Doggett, would you like to talk about hands-on summer?
Yeah, Hands on Summerfield was a great turnout. We got to work on some houses cleaning up, the trailer that was burned out, the school. Great participation from the town, and we certainly appreciate it. And everybody had a great time in the fire department. Cooked some great hot dogs.
Excellent, thank you. Also, I would like to talk about Founder's Day. That's this Friday from 6 to 10. Everything is going to be on campus at the elementary school. And then on Saturday, it'll be 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And at 10 a.m., that will kick off the actual parade down Summerfield Road. We'll be going in reverse direction this year, but still in the same place. We're asking all citizens to wear your red, white, and blue. Doesn't matter which, or you can wear all three. Just wear your red, white, and blue. We want to celebrate America's 250th birthday. Let's see. Also, I have a reminder that Town Hall will be closed on Monday, May 25th for Memorial Day. No, Labor Day. Memorial Day, sorry. I wrote it correctly. And also, I have been getting the veterans to lead the pledge for town council, and I do have several others booked for the remainder of the year, but I am looking for more. If you are, or if you have a veteran in your family or local, please let me know, because we would love to have them come in, and as you can see, it's a wonderful thing for the veteran, but also they can bring their children, their grandchildren, and that's spectacular for them to be able to be involved in town council at such a young age. I also wanted to thank staff for planting all the flowers around the community center and up near the gates at Summerfield Park. It looks really good, and just appreciate all your efforts. I'm done.
Mr. Doggett, why don't you tell everybody about your family's farm, the award?
We were recognized for the Century Farm Award, so that our farm's been a farm for over 100 years. So there's only one other farm in Summerfield that has a 100-year century, and I think one more can apply.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And also, we went to City Vision. It's a function where municipalities get together, sort of share and learn from each other. I wanted to commend our town manager here, Twig Rollins. He earned the status, the Certificate of Municipal Excellence. It's an honor given from the League of Municipalities for taking courses through the program, so good job, Twig, on that. And also last month, I got to attend a ribbon cutting for Reading Connections Ready to Work Closet. It's in Greensboro, but Barbie Patterson, she is the Workforce Development Program Director, and she's a resident here in Summerfield. So it's really a great thing. She helped to get this together. And the idea is that a lot of folks who are trying to get jobs and trying to take courses and programs that actually help them get a job, once they actually get into the door to get an interview, they can't afford professional clothing to go into interviews with. So this is a closet that you can donate to where they can go in and pick out clothing that will help them get a job so that they can afford professional clothing. So I think it's a great thing.
And I'll just tack on another thanks to everybody who came out for Hands on Summerfield. Obviously to all the volunteers who came out, for everybody with the fire department who helped, to Pastor Kelly for getting us lined up with some great work to do. I was personally picking up trash, and so from my experience, I just wanted to thank the maintenance department for being very well equipped and well organized. Plenty of trash bags, visibility vests, gloves, and a hat if you came out and participated. So just thanks to everybody who made that happen.
And Mr. Clay, do you have any announcements?
None at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I also went to City Vision, had a great time. I got reintroduced to a lot of acquaintances I haven't seen in a while. It was very good to see them, and they might be able to help us, the town, these people that I'm talking about, in some pursuits going further down the road. And just want to say I was not feeling good that day, and I was unable to participate in Hands on Summerfield, but my wife brought a hot dog back for me, and that was one awesome hot dog. And I don't know, who makes the chili? Do you mind? Who's doing the chili down there? I want to get, chili makes the hot dog, and I'm going to find out who makes that. And if you find out, let me know. Other than that, I think we're done. We're going to move on to public comments, and we have a few here. It's 3 minutes each, and since we have more than usual, if y'all don't mind sticking to that 3 minutes, and do me a favor by sticking to that 3 minutes, I'd be much appreciative. And we're going to start with Beth Kaplan.
Beth Kaplan, 7979 Highfield Road. North Carolina is losing 100,000 acres of farmland and forest land every year to development. North Carolina ranks second in the nation, just behind Texas, for projected farmland loss according to the American Farmland Trust. And North Carolina is ranked #1 in the nation for farmland loss to low-density residential development. Guilford County alone has lost over 20% of its cropland to development. This is why I'm so proud of John Doggett and my family for continuing the farming tradition on our land. I'm happy to announce that our farm, as has been stated, has been awarded the Century Farms Award, meaning that our farm has been owned by family for over 100 years. That is 100 years of blood, sweat, and tears working the farm. 100 years of heartache and joy. Farming is truly a labor of love, and I'm so thankful to have been a part of that. Farming is not for the faint of heart. 85% of farmers must work a second job to keep their farms, and as much as 82% of the farm family income comes from an off-farm job, not the farm itself. It's no wonder that family farms are being sold for development. But that was never the plan with our farm, and John, with the help of the rest of the family, hopes to see the farm carry on for generations. What can we do as a community to save our farmlands? The easiest way is to buy local and support your local farmers market. You can also donate to organizations that help develop new farmers, loan money to farmers, and help with new farming practices. You can advocate for the preservation of farmlands in your community. It is true that it will take a village to save our farms, but believe me when I say that my family loves our farm and we couldn't be prouder of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Tokenoff. Yes, sir.
Pam Tokenall, 6800 Brookland Road. Yesterday, I was in court for the 10th time with Scott and Dee as supporting them. But I was there at 10 o'clock and the case was not heard until 2 o'clock. So I have some questions. I wondered why Ashley, our town attorney, was there. She works for the town and supposedly gives you all her best reasoning and advice. She no longer works for the law firm that is pursuing this case. As far as I know, she's never been there before either. So who asked her to be present for a minimum of 5 hours plus travel time? The taxpayers of Summerfield are paying her, her own firm to prosecute Scott and Dee. Why was Twig Rawlins sitting there in the courtroom all day? The taxpayers of Summerfield are paying him to manage Summerfield, not to be a spectator in the courtroom. And why was Jonathan Hamilton, a council member, there? In fact, people on the Sunshine List were notified there may be a quorum present. Jonathan has no business in the suit as far as we know. So I guess he was just a spectator. Excuse me. If they were there expecting the judge to issue a summary judgment, it was indeed an expensive day for the taxpayers of Summerfield because the judge did not agree with Mr. Rogers, the attorney prosecuting the case, when he said it was an open and shut case. And the reason I'm talking about this is really financial. Scott and Dee have stated that they've spent over $200,000 to defend themselves. I expect that also means that the taxpayers of Summerfield have spent that much or more. And for what? Papers that are 2 years old. They can be obtained by anybody who wants to file a public records request, and an alleged $4,300 overpayment. If anyone on the council, and I mean by that John, Lynn, Heath, were paying this out of their own pockets, would they spend $200,000 plus, although it may be close to triple that amount for 2-year-old papers and $4,300. I seriously doubt it. What do you hope to achieve by the continuation of this suit? If your goal is to ruin 2 people who serve the community very well professionally, and you want to ruin them professionally and financially, then the citizens of Summerfield should be ashamed of the town and ashamed of you, and we should be ashamed of ourselves for allowing this to continue. Heath, although he's not here.
That's 3 minutes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to remind everybody that it's sort of against decorum to mention town council members' names during the 3 minutes. And if you want to address somebody, please address the mayor. I'm sitting right here, so please address.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
It's usually against decorum to address town council members by name during the 3 minute, during the.
Oh, I do apologize.
Ma'am, you're fine. Bill Greco.
For the public hearing, not for speakers from the floor.
Well, you didn't, oh yeah, you did. Sure. Okay. Dwayne Crawford.
Dwayne Crawford, 1106 MC Highway 150 West, talking about agenda item 9B. Says it's for Summerfield Water Project. I seen something about a consortium, water system consortium getting involved with. It says in the agenda that this was water to assist with fire protection. Do we have any evidence this is needed? Now, before you answer that, know that I have looked and done historic records, pulled the fire incident reports going back many times when this came up previously. And I forget, I went back 15 years and I only found one incident where there was a lack of water. It was not too far from here, just one incident. Have we had any other incidents what is driving this? While we had the public safety committee, before it was shut down, fire chief got up here and he said, it was a drought. We got a drought right now. And that there was a lake over in, I forget the name of it, over off Strawberry Road. He said it's down 2 to 3 feet. No evidence was ever produced of that, but there was abundance evidence produced that it was never down, it was always over, even during the drought. If anybody's lived here long enough, and John, I know you've been here long enough, remember back in the droughts when we were going to school and we'd see Lake Higgins go down, but that creek always ran. The ground always has water in it. That's one thing. This water system we're talking about doing, is it also not just a water system for fire protection, but is it going to be a potable water system suitable for domestic water use? If it is, you need to communicate that clearly, that this is not just for fire protection, it's a water system that can be used for dual use. And the last item I want to talk about is liberty and power. All of us have liberty, all of us have power. We use our liberty to go to work and earn stuff, raise a family, do what we want, buy a property. That buying a property is power. This council was elected, you have power. You're wanting to exercise your power of this government to take the property that people use their power to buy. I think you better have a really strong justification before you start exercising that power to take what people have wanted for their own and bought on their own, through their own wants, through their own earning power. And don't take their liberty without due cause, without purpose. Where's your evidence? Show us why we need this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Have we given up?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I don't give up, and I don't give up easily. Teresa Perryman. I'm gonna be going 1001, 1002.
Teresa Perryman, 7401 Green Lawn Drive. There's a couple of things I want to talk about. Of course, the no eminent domain. It's just people are being harassed, and they have just signed the easements because they were tired of being harassed. They kept being told that it was a done deal. I don't understand how it's a done deal when DOT's not even getting the bids out until November. So y'all want to continue with this no matter what the cost. And at first, some of y'all weren't even here when it got started. It was a 5 foot, then it went to an 8 foot, now it's gone to a 10-foot sidewalk. You're taking people's property. And it just really upsets a lot of people down that street. And Dwayne's right, we bought this land with our money. And yes, it is DOT. But y'all are requesting the DOT to take it from us. That's not right. And there's a big difference between a water line being put down where you can sow grass back over it, but this is a 10-foot sidewalk. And also something else on that, the water study. Yes, it is for potable. It is not for fire suppression. The fire department wants nothing to do with Summerfield. And I think the more people that know this, that y'all were beginning to overuse your power and more government in a closet, and we just know we're going to get this information out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perryman. Let's see here. Beth Kaplan and Dwayne. I think I had Gail Dunham here somewhere. Ms. Dunham, did you sign up for both?
I did.
Okay.
I think we should have First Amendment freedom of speech in Summerfield. You said the no eminent domain signs were illegal. Tonight, you're telling us what we can say or not say. And there's a lot of things going on here. Late today, first of all, the lawyer fees. You never even introduced the no lawyer. You have the lawyer contract, April 14th. How many lawyers are there? Do you even have their names? And I think the public record request for prior legal bills should be released. It is our money. Late today, you posted a resolution for the town to Summerfield authorizing the acquisition of easements of fire suppression. You put this contract out for bid before you even asked for those easements. You're demanding those easements, and what you decide is an easement. If you decide it's 3 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet, you're making it up as you go along. And there is one council member here who said, when he was in, he brags that as a candidate, he said he would never approve eminent domain. Well, this is eminent domain on steroids. And to try and tell people now, this is what you're telling them now, you're taking their property after you put it out for bid. And there's a whole lot of questions, and there's never been a public hearing. You should have had, before you go for $6 million, you should have a public hearing and let people ask questions. Last Friday, when the bid was not successful, I was talking briefly with the manager, and I said that this should have been public information, and that you should have had a public hearing, and he said, oh, that's not necessary because everybody knows. Where's the legal support for that, please? And then he said, well, I said, well, tell people you're going to put fire hydrants on their property. And he said, oh, everybody loves fire hydrants. Okay, would you please support that legally? And he said, I don't care. He said, it doesn't matter because everybody knows it. You should have more respect. Everyone in Summerfield relies on their wells for our water. And we need to protect our wells until Summerfield receives municipal water from other areas. And from all of my research, no one's selling us water. You say, oh, we're going to get water, we're going to get water. No one is selling us water. The most important thing would be low taxes and protecting our wells, and you are doing neither. We should see those legal bills. Where are the documents that all property owners adjacent to or close to the water tower have been guaranteed that their wells and water are safe? Where is the approval from property owners for allowed and major water pipe infrastructure and hydrants on their property? You went ahead with this project. And you spend hours in closed session because you just can't do it publicly. You could do it publicly.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Thank you.
And I am opposed to eminent domain.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. What I heard, did you get it working again? I heard something buzzing.
It doesn't.
Oh, it's over there now, okay. That's all right. All right, that's the end of the public comments. We're now going to go into a public hearing.
There's some reason their hand.
Yes.
Submitted a piece of paper to speak.
All right, now public hearing, public hearing,
There's just a little piece.
public hearing, public hearing, public hearing. You signed up for a public hearing. Did you want to speak during the public comments?
Probably. I probably signed up for the wrong thing. 'Cause
Well,
I
come on up.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, come on up. Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah. I apologize. You did sign up for public hearing, but thank you for being here.
Well, thanks for having me up here.
Your name and address, please.
Karen Atkins, 4009 Oak Ridge Road. And what I want to talk about is 9B, but I just want to talk specifically about my property. So if you ever cross the drawbridge, and I've lived here a long time, and if you don't know what the drawbridge is, it's just the bridge at Craig Gables. So my house sits right there to the right. And if you ever go across there, you probably say, God, thank God I don't live there. Well, thank God I do, because I love it. And so did my aunt and uncle that lived there their entire lives, and they built the house. And so here's my concern, and if you know what I'm talking about, I have no yard for a water line.
I am concerned about the construction of the water line being so close to my house that there could be damage to my foundation, whether it is immediate or ongoing. I'm worried about water leaking, which I know engineering and there's water lines everywhere. I get that, but I also know that the water's going to have to start and be evaluated or whatever. The trees that are at the bridge in my natural area in the yard is a free noise buffer to the traffic that comes across that bridge. It is noisy. I live in a noisy place. Traffic backs up close to a mile in the mornings. It takes me 8 to 10 minutes. I could be down here talking about all kinds of things, but I'm just going to talk about this specific thing. The natural area is a noise buffer. When you cut all that down, it's going to make it extremely loud. The other thing is Gray Gables, and I love them and I support them, but their music, we already hear that. We don't complain. We live with it. This, I can't live with. And I'm hopefully I don't have to live with it. So, and it's going to kill my property value. The other thing is, in the future, when the Greenway comes there, I got a double whammy because it's going to go right by the railroad tracks. I support the Greenway. I love to get out. I love to hike. I support it. However, you're killing me on both sides. So I'm asking you to be very careful with my property, not mess up my natural area, but there's no way you can because you're going to have to cut it down. So my thing is take it across the road. That's all I got to say. And I've lived here my entire life. That's okay. And I know most of you. I've gone to school with most of you. I know your parents. So how about taking care of your own?
Thank you, Ms. Atkins. Did you want to comment for the public hearing for the rezoning? Because that's what you signed up for. Did you still want to
Oh,
comment?
no, honey, I didn't know what I was doing.
Okay. None of us do. You're talking to the poster child.
I was just here to run my mouth.
You did okay. You did okay.
Just okay, dang.
Okay, is there anybody else out there that wants to come over and speak? Okay, hearing none, we'll close out the public comment portion of our agenda.
Is there,
Yes, sir.
can I, as a point of privilege, can I just address one of the things that
Sure.
said? You know, I want to say that there was some categorically incorrect information given about the lawsuits and the litigation. And I just want to make sure I clear that up so that nobody leaves here believing everything they heard from the comments. You know, I'm curious if that is by design for use of maybe like a local newspaper. I realize there is sometimes a political faction that likes to use that method. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that some of the things that were said were categorically wrong. So, thank you.
Okay, we now go to number 5, which is the public hearing, a rezoning request, and I am going to entertain a motion to go into that public hearing. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion that we go into the public hearing for RZ02 2026. Request to rezone approximately 10.23 acres of land located at 3318 Oak Ridge Road, Guilford County, tax parcel 149697 from AG agriculture to RR rural residential.
Would anybody like to second that motion?
Second.
By Mr. Doggett. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of going into public hearing for the rezoning RZ022026 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
That was delayed. That was a yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Okay, we're now in the public hearing, and I believe we're going to hear a little bit of something about this from Mr. Snyder. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So as Mayor Pro Tem Devaney introduced, this is a request to rezone plus or minus 10.23 acres of property located at 3318 Oak Ridge Road. Request is to go from agricultural to rural residential, which is a 60,000 square foot lot size. The character of the area, the parcel is currently developed with a single family home, and it will remain with that single family home, according to the applicant. The request is to allow development for potentially a couple more lots at the front part of the property, which is the developable part of the property. To the north, there is single family residential separated by Oak Ridge Road. To the south, single family residential. To the east, single family residential, and to the west, single family residential separated by Burkhaven Drive. There are no historic resources located on or adjacent to the subject property, and no cemeteries are shown to be located on or adjacent to the property. It's in the Summerfield Fire Protection District, approximately 3.1 miles from this fire station. It would be serviced by private well and septic systems, and any layout and soils for the new lots would need to be evaluated and approved by Guilford County Environmental Health as part of a platting process. The existing transportation conditions, Oak Ridge Road is considered a minor thoroughfare per the adopted 2024 Collector Street and Thoroughfare Plan. There are no proposed improvements as part of this application. However, any access to Oak Ridge Road would need to be evaluated by NCDOT. Driveway aprons would be required to be paved at least 10 feet behind the right-of-way line per DOT's requirements. The average annual daily trips, according to the traffic volume maps from NCDOT, Oak Ridge Road had an AADT of 7,900. There are minimal impacts anticipated to the public school system based on the merits of the application. The environmental assessment, topography is nearly flat to moderately sloping, going from north to south. There is no regulated 100-year floodplain on the property per the effective FIR maps. However, there do appear to be mapped wetlands on the southern portion of the property per the National Wetlands Inventory. Property is also located in the Greensboro Watershed 3 general watershed area. It's not within the watershed critical area. There do appear to be some map streams on the tract per USGS and soil survey maps, as well as a pond. Any features that are in fact identified as streams or wetlands would require buffering per the stormwater ordinance. The Summerfield Comprehensive Land Use Plan recommendation is for low density single family residential, specifically policy area 6. Appropriate housing and residential development states the following common objective. Summerfield's appealing residential areas exemplified by neighborhoods set among expansive open space, woodlands, and pastures shall continue to be a defining attribute of the community. To accommodate housing for younger families and senior citizens while promoting and protecting rural character, the inclusion in residential development of smaller single-family detached homes should be encouraged over twin and other multi-unit residential buildings. Walkable, bikeable neighborhoods will be favored. An open system of pedestrian and bicycle-friendly streets should work together with a network of greenway trails to connect neighborhoods with each other and with the rest of the town. For housing and development policies, policy 6.1, residential development in Summerfield should remain mostly low-density, single-family detached housing. Appropriate instances for other housing forms, such as small attached and accessory housing, should also be fostered to meet a variety of housing needs. Policy 6.2 states that a variety of housing types and sizes should be provided within the general bounds of large development. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it is in an area where single-family residential uses are prevalent, and it would enable development in a manner consistent with Unified Development Ordinance standards for single-family residential, while still allowing smaller minimum lot sizes to accommodate a small subdivision. The request does appear to be consistent with Summerfield Comprehensive Plan designation of low-density single-family residential, specifically policy 6.1 and 6.2, as enumerated in the staff report, and thus, if approved, a land use plan amendment would not be required. Staff is recommending approval of the request. On the screen, you can see the aerial photo for this property. That is the existing house. You can also see there's an intervening strip of land that does not permit any sort of connection to Burkhaven Drive, as it is not owned by the owner of this land. If you can go to the next slide, please. No, previous slide. Sorry. Nope, keep going.
There we go.
Go the other way. Go to the colorful map. Go down.
My apologies.
Please. Keep going. Even more colorful than that. Keep going. Keep going.
There we go.
Keep going. There you go. So as you can see, the green is the agricultural zoning, the orange represents RS zoning, and then to the north across the street, there is yellow, that is RS 30 zoning, which is the legacy district that allows 30,000 square foot lot sizes. And that's the reason that staff feels this request is very consistent with surrounding area and the comprehensive plan. And I'll entertain any questions.
Ain't got none. Anybody have any questions?
No, sir.
Did anybody sign up for comments for this?
Yes. But, anybody want to ask Mr. Snyder anything?
Thank you very much.
And the applicant's representative is here.
Thank you. You're the only one speaking to this, right? No other consultants or anything?
Corporate is here.
Okay, were you going to speak to this, or, come on up, please.
Good evening, my name is Bill Grieco. I'm a consultant with Land Solutions. My address is P.O. Box 347 in Oak Ridge. Here this evening in favor of the application, representing the applicant. I notice you have a full agenda, so I'll be brief. Thanks to the staff for their assistance in putting this together, and you folks for having this evening. We did host an open house. We've also been through the planning board. Thus far, we've answered a few questions, I think, to some folks' satisfaction, but I do believe the application materials you have and the staff presentation lays out all the facts with this one. It's fairly simple in its design. Again, the existing home and the area to the south, we intend to leave that intact, and looks like we can probably get 2 lots up there off the front. So if there are any questions that I can answer, I'm happy to do so. So let me know.
Anybody want to ask Mr. Brick on that?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have 2 slips here for public hearing, and both of them are for Ms. Dunham. Sorry, Ms. Dunham, you only get 3 minutes, so would you like to come up and say? That's where I messed up, really. I saw your name
No, one was
twice.
public comments and one was public hearing.
Yeah,
I support this, Gail Dunham, 5805 Snow Hill Drive. I support the rezoning. My concerns have to do with the process. We have these signs that no one can read from the road. We've been using these now for about a year. No one can read them. They are a safety hazard if somebody is trying to slow down. I think something could be done about that. We still don't know who the attorney is. Maybe you don't even know their names because we have so many attorneys now. It would have been nice to introduce the attorney. He's the one that's going to be giving his legal opinion as far as this is concerned and other things are concerned. So I think we should at least have that. And my concern is for the property owners, all of them in Summerfield. No one knows when you are going to be in your hours and hours of closed session and decide what you're going to take for easement. But you're defining the easement. You're not going ditch to ditch. But this is part of the process. You should have had everyone should know this is the status now in Summerfield. So I'm concerned about the process going forward. You're also writing a new manual, UDO. There is no citizen input into it. Be nice if people that have worked with this for 10 or 15 years were able to participate, but it's just not there. I do wish him the best of luck. But I think we have to stop you taking property.
Ms. Dunham, do you want to speak specifically to this project or not?
I'm talking about the process of this project, the process of
We're
this
not talking
project,
about
and this
process or
homeowner,
policy.
this
We're
property owner.
We're talking about the approval of this rezoning.
Yes.
Why would you be for it or against it?
See, there it is. You're deciding what we can talk about or not talk about. We don't even have freedom of speech.
Yes, I am.
I'm talking about the
deciding
process.
what we
In
can
the
talk
beginning,
about
I
and
said
not-
that I
am
support the
deciding-
rezoning. I said that I
Ms.
would
Ms.
support
Dunham,
the
obviously,
rezoning.
you do not want to talk about this specific rezoning. Do you want to talk
No,
about
I
this
told you,
specific
I said in the
rezoning?
beginning, I definitely support the
Okay,
rezoning.
then we're done then, aren't we?
See, you're deciding, so we don't even have freedom of speech.
The comments you're making
The
now.
process could be
the comments
useful
you're making
for
now
all of these.
are for public comments. Thank you, Ms. Dunham. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak to the public comment for the rezoning? Hearing none, I'm going to close out that portion of the discussion. We're going to do of the hearing. We're now going to go to the discussion on the matter between the town council. Would anybody like to discuss this?
I don't have any comments. Mr. Clay, did you have a comment?
I have no comment.
Mr. Doggett? You done?
We're looking to see real fast to make sure that the recommendation from the planning board contains the necessary language. So, typically there is a, Justin, would you mind talking about this for a second? Typically there is a statement of reasonableness and consistency.
So
It's in that.
that's not required to be in the transmittal letter. However, it was made in the motion during the hearing. So they did specifically make the statement of consistency and reasonableness during the hearing.
Do our rules and procedures require that?
Not that I'm aware of.
It has to be a part of the original motion. It's not required to be in the transmittal letter, but I think going forward it'd be a good idea.
It might be helpful, but yeah, it was in the actual motion that was made.
Is that in, do we have the minutes for that, Benny?
They're not ready yet. But I was at the
Let's say we were to make a motion today to approve it, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying, let's say, for instance, that your memory maybe is not 100% accurate, which could happen to anybody.
It could.
Would it pose any issue later against our rules and procedures if that was not made in the motion?
I don't think it would, because you are the decision-making authority, and thus, if you make the motion and it has the statement of reasonableness and consistency, you'll be covered under state statute.
Where are you going with this? I mean, it's been approved.
It's been an issue before in the past, I think, with different things, and so I wanted just to make sure we don't have any more issues with those kind of things.
I think the issue was last time that we didn't have it period.
Have anything?
We didn't have it.
We didn't have the letter.
Can I see those? Different things?
Yes, I don't know what's your copy of my
This one's. I'll
Do you have this, Mr. Hamilton?
what is it? Yeah, I'm looking at his right
All
now.
right, yeah.
I'll make a motion then, just as long as you're saying that is okay to do it with what we have.
As the decision-making authority,
All right. I move to accept and adopt RZ 022026 as presented. And just to be safe, I'll say that it is reasonable and in the public interest because it is in an area where single-family residential uses are prevalent, and it will enable development in a manner consistent with the Unified Development Ordinance standards for single-family residential, while still allowing slightly smaller minimum lot sizes to accommodate a small subdivision. And I'll also say that it's consistent because the request is consistent with the Summerfield Comprehensive Plan 2010 designation of low-density, single-family residential policy 6.1 and 6.2 as enumerated in the staff report, land use analysis. That's where I'll stop.
I'll second.
Any discussion? You're seconding the approval,
The
the motion to approve.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving this rezoning request signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Flood. Thank you. Opposed? Hearing none, the application is, the rezoning application is approved. All right, we're going to move on. This public hearing, all right, we've decided to just, I know you gave me a weird look before, but we've decided that we are going to make motions and to open these public hearings and close them. So I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing. Anybody want to make that motion?
I move that we close this public hearing.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Doggett seconded it. Any discussion? This public hearing is hereby closed. All right. We're going to go to board reports, emergency services report. Mr. Doggett.
Summerfield Fire District reported the following for April 2026. Fire-related calls 18, EMS-related calls 66, other calls 49, for a total of 133 calls. The Guilford County Sheriff's Department reported the following for April 2026. Total calls of 429, calls resulting in case reports 22. That's all.
Would you like to speak next, Mr. Weeks? Well, let's get you up here. This board, he's on the History Committee.
That's right.
Okay.
My name's A.C. Weeks. I live at 4263 Hamburg Mill Road, and I'm a native of Summerfield. Been here in another week or so. I'll have 75 years in. So, and I had friends that went to Woodstock.
Nice.
I didn't get to go. I had to go to church. But I'd like to say good evening to all the council members. This is my first time I've had a chance to speak at one of the meetings, and kind of impressed with everything going on. I wanted to take a moment to share a few of our projects with our history committee that we've been doing, projects and initiatives our committee has been working on to help preserve and celebrate our town's history. And whether we realize it or not, the town does have a history and it goes way back. As an initiative for Founders Day, we decided to create a meaningful photo and learning opportunity with the preservation and restoration of the Saunders Inn doors. We had a nice safety rack. These doors are extremely heavy. We built a rack to mount them to show them people can have their picture made in front of them. And I think it's going to be a real good opportunity. The Saunders Inn was just up, was a stop along Highway 150. It was built in the 1820s, and the stagecoach used to stop there. And these doors were built in old-timey carpentry, mortise and tenon and wood pegs, and it's a real learning experience. And the Saunders Inn has a history, a connection to O. Henry, and everybody's heard of William Porter, and he has a connection. That's some really good history that our town should have knowledge of. In addition to the doors, we have planned several activities, including artifact displays, educational materials about our historic district, and interactive games for children. We will have bugles and word searches to get kids involved. We will also have branded items to give away and promote our town's history. The committee has continued to work on the oral histories and documentation of important town sites. And when we're talking about historical, I have to be proud of my mother, who lived to be 108 years old, and she died about a year and a half ago. Just a second. And she's on our historical site, a video of her and her recollections. She even tells what her first phone number was when she was 5 years old. Her phone number was 223. And
What was her name?
Hazel Weeks. Hazel Osment Weeks. We've recently documented a day in the life of a dairy farm, which John has informed me this dairy farm was Donald and Omega Wilson, and they qualify for the 100-year farm. And I'd sat down with them. I've known them all my life. And I said, I just want a day in your life. And it starts at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then they do the cows, and then I said, well, Donald, then you go out to the fields. He said, get on the tractor, go out to the field. He said, no, I don't. I said, well, who did the tractoring? Omega said, I did all the tractoring. Did you know that? She drove all the tractors. She did all the cutting of hay, drove the big John Deere tractors. And they told me all about making milk. There's 3 classes of milk, A, B, and C. A goes to drink,
is drinking milk, B is for ice cream, and C is for making cheese. So it's very interesting, and we also want to talk to them about doing a video and recording their history. I think it's as fascinating where we can record the histories so people can have it 100 years from now, look back. I think that's wonderful. Overall, one of our primary goals moving forward is finding meaningful ways to involve the community more directly in local history and encourage residents to connect with and appreciate our town's heritage. I thank everybody for your continued support. Do you have any questions?
That's fabulous. I can't wait to hear the interviews.
We need more of this. So you are in the process of interviewing? Is that what?
We haven't reached that. I've told them we're wanting to do more, and then we've got to get together to go and do an interview. And we're also going to do one. I think there's a tree we want to look at with some writings on it down on the Hall River that's on the Doggett Farm. And they go. Do you have any idea how far back the dates go on there?
No, I don't.
Documents are on that 1901 document back in Town Hall.
Yeah.
But I think everybody, all the citizens in Summerfield would be interested in their history.
What's holding you back from these interviews? What's the stumbling block? What do you need?
Well, we just need to coordinate it.
Okay.
Just coordinate and get permission, and not being kind of easy with it.
Okay.
I think what the mayor is saying too is let us know if you had
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Anything we can do to help.
Okay.
Yeah. Let Laura know we're here to help. Is she still in charge of that? Laura Mortensen?
In charge of what?
Of the history committee.
She's involved.
Involved, okay, all right. Good.
I'm a retired insurance adjuster. I'm only going to tell you so much. What I don't know.
I totally get it. I totally get that. Let us know if you need. Let us know if you need anything.
Mr. Weeks, you have really jumped in. I really appreciate you doing everything you've done. I've really having you come today.
Both of these projects are, you have to get permission. You have to ease people's fears and show them the need for it. And I also can show them. My mama wasn't scared. She was 106 when she made her video. She wasn't a bit scared, but my mama was might have been 5 foot tall. She wasn't scared of anything. She told me she could still use a broom handle on me. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I want to ask about the financial arrangements.
Do what now?
I want to cover some of the financial.
Yeah, we're doing that next. Okay. We're going to go to the financial report. I guess, is that? Thank you, Mr. Weeks.
Mrs. Kelly, do you mind coming up here for just a second?
Yeah,
You don't have to bring anything with you. Nothing. No specific questions about anything.
So we weren't going to get a report from Jen. You're just,
Yeah, I think
you don't want to hear a report. Okay.
No, we got at the same time. Hey, Miss Kelly.
How are you?
You might have to ask. We just got the financials in, what was it, in the last couple of days?
Yes.
Would you be so kind to explain to everyone, we just got in March and April, right?
Yes.
Would you be so kind to explain to everyone, I think you've already done it once before, but just do it again while we got those recently.
Oh, yes. So issuing the reports was pending bank reconciliation. And so the integration specialist did not open that up until a little after 4 p.m. On Friday. And I'm getting used to the billing software, so that made it quite a challenge to match everything up.
And the new billing software is?
For the trash service. So that all plugs into our new accounting software. They're all connected.
And that new accounting software is?
Sorry, it's Black Mountain Software. It's built specifically for municipalities.
And these are all new things we got?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I wanted to go ahead and get the reports out to you. I have been going through it line by line, and I have already noticed several small errors we can fix with journal vouchers with the myriad of versions of data migration sets that we were going back and forth on. That's kind of what took forever. So hopefully I can have all of those resolved in time for
Do you think with the transfer of the, and I actually wasn't meaning to ask this, but since we're talking about it, do you think with the transfer of all these things that we're having now, that it's like the Black Mountain software and with the new billing that you've got, would it be helpful at all to have maybe someone come in to help make sure everything got transferred correctly, or do you feel pretty solid about everything?
I feel pretty good about it, but my opinion is more eyes are always better than one. So that's why when I set these out, it was really encouraging. Take a look. If you catch any line items, please go ahead and alert me, especially if there's anything that looks like it's missing a budget in the budget value column.
Yeah, and I'm not meaning this in any disrespectful way, but when you have these transfers of data.
Listen, not at all. This was a bear. I would welcome more eyes on these.
Why don't, over the next month, and when we come back, Mr. Rollins, why don't you guys discuss a little bit, and if it's not a bad idea at all, if with all these transfers, if you all want to have somebody come in just to help make sure, double check everything to make sure everything got transferred correctly. Unless you don't need it, that's fine too, but I just want to
think
make
that
sure
would be great.
we're solid. So,
Yeah.
these new systems, when you plug them in, they can be
100%. It's a lot of moving parts. So again, more eyes are always better than one set. So I would welcome that.
Thank you, Mrs.
Yeah,
Gill. Unless
thank
anybody else
you.
has any questions.
I do. Was there ever any chance of us spending $7.5 million over the past 2 months
No, sir.
out of the fund balance?
No, sir.
I want to publicly state that I appreciate being mayor over the past 6 months, and the people in this room have my word that if I see this council spending $7.5 million without telling y'all about it, I will let you know. You have my word that I will do that.
And is that from some sort of thing you've seen somewhere?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah. Anyway, thank you.
And again, the format's very different. So please don't hesitate. If you've got questions, shoot them my way.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, where are we at? Consent agenda. Here, do I hear a motion?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Where are you at, Mr. Stone? Oh, you still got 30 minutes.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll make the motion that we approve the consent agenda as written.
okay. Is there a second?
I second it.
Mr. Doggett seconds it. Is there any discussion?
Just very quickly, Mr. Rollins, I have just a few quick questions for you with the consent agenda. Would you tell everybody real quick why about the speed limit, why that's on there, and what our ability is with that?
Yes, sir. So we had a petition for a resolution for the Department of Transportation to adjust the speed limit on Fleming Road and Bunch Road. They did a traffic study and warranted that those be adjusted. We have no authority or purview over that. It's really a formality, and that's why it's on the consent agenda for those two items.
So we're just acknowledging that they're going to do it, really?
Yes, sir.
And for the animal control, that's just the same as it was before, is that right? They're just continuing out another?
Yes, sir. We signed a contract every year for animal control with the county through an interlocal agreement.
And the audit services are with Mr. Brewer, the same as we've used before?
Yes, sir.
And last question, and it'll be quick, is with Mr. Brewer, is it a good thing to, is it best practice to continue using the same one, or should we switch it up at some point, or?
There's different schools of thought on that, Mr. Hamilton. It is good to use the same auditor because they're familiar with our books and the way we do things. And but every 5 to 10 years to rebid it just for it to be good fiduciaries is a good idea. But I will also tell you there is an extreme shortage of auditors in the state, and Mr. Brewer does a great job. He does 23 local governments, and his pricing is stellar for us.
And we usually have real fireworks of a meeting when he comes for him. So thank you. And the only reason I ask this question is just for the benefit of people listening.
I'll remember that again. Any more?
That's it.
Anybody else? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clark. Thank you. The consent agenda is approved. Hearing, unanimous vote, the hearing, the consent agenda is approved. Any old business? None? New business, budget amendments. Ms. Kelly?
This is a retroactive amendment. I believe it was, the council had approved at the February council meeting to increase the Founder's Day budget by $10,000. So this is a budget amendment to reflect that action.
So this is what we've already talked about, already done, we're just
Yes, sir.
finalizing it today.
Yeah. I was a little slow on the uptake, I apologize.
May I ask one question?
Yes.
And it might be better because we already voted to move the $10,000 from fund balance to this line item, and now we're actually doing it. However, I know that we have had sponsorships. I think that the sponsorship should total 10,000, maybe a little more. I don't have an up-to-date figure in my head. However, I didn't know if that is in the budget, should we just move that money from that line item here, or is it cleaner to move the money from the fund balance?
For the purposes of balancing the budget. So we started out from July 1st, budgeting for $10,500 to be collected for Founder's Day sponsorships. So in order to balance the budget, I would either have to increase that line item, anticipating $21,000 being collected, or I would add it from the fund balance.
Okay. So,
That's just to make the budget balance and keep everything legal.
okay. All right. So it's cleaner just to do it like this.
It is.
Okay.
And so far, as of April 30th, we've collected $5,955 from sponsors. I do have a stack of checks on my desk that haven't been logged yet, so that is likely to go up in
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Are we voting on this?
Yeah.
Do I need a motion?
I move to approve the budget amendment number 12 as presented.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Mr. Clay?
Aye.
Mr. Clay? Okay. I didn't want to leave you out this time. All those opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, all those opposed signify by saying aye. Hearing none, the budget amendment passes. Number B, presentation and discussion on Summerfield Water Project and timeline, and that's Mr. Rollins.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor and council. This is going to be a trifecta presentation. I'm going to start off with the first part, and then the town attorney and her associate, Mr. Herman, will round it out. So we did advertise for bids. If you recall, we split the bids into the tank section and the water line section. We did not get any bids last week. We re-advertised it per state statute, and we've upped even more advertising to different websites. We do anticipate that when the extension deadline, which is 2 o'clock Friday, that we will get some bids for the project. If we do, I will be back here Tuesday night. We have a workshop meeting, and certainly we'll notice it, and that will be on the agenda for y'all's approval. I did meet with a contractor today that is working on another contract of ours, and they've had this experience, and they're very interested in bidding on it. So I'm hopeful that we'll get those bids, and I've asked Councilman Stalls and Councilman Doggett to help score those and review those when those come in on Friday afternoon. So that is the update that I have on the project at this time. And now, Ms. Anderson, I think Mr. Herman will take over.
All right, so y'all have met for my new colleague, Mr. Herman, although we have known each other for years. I'm at a new law firm, and we're working in tandem on the acquisition of the easements for the fire suppression project. I've asked Mr. Herman to be here tonight because he will be spearheading the acquisition process, so I wanted him to talk you through what that process looked like and give you a presentation on how it would look through the purchase, the donation, or possibly the condemnation of any property needed for this project.
Mr. Mayor, can I just stand for this?
Absolutely.
Here. Look, folks, I know this is an important subject to you. I won't be long-winded about it. But the reason that I wanted to mention the process to you is because, as you probably know, both the United States Constitution and the North Carolina Constitution said that the government shall not deprive any person of property without due process of law. That's one principle in both constitutions. There's another principle in both of those constitutions which says that when the government seeks to acquire private property or a portion of it for a public purpose, the government is required to pay the property owner just compensation for the property acquired. And the reason I mention both of those to you is because the due process of law notion, that you cannot deprive a citizen, a private citizen, of property without due process of law, the law that's being referred to in this case is state statute. Chapter 48 of the North Carolina General Statutes, which sets forth the process under the law by which private property can be acquired for a public purpose. And that same statute, chapter 48, describes the process by which a landowner receives just compensation for any property acquired for a public purpose. That's the process I'm going to briefly share with you. The first step in the process is that the governing body needs to authorize the public purpose and the need for the acquisition of the private property. And if that happens here, it'll happen through a resolution adopted by the council. After that occurs, the town hires a consultant that specializes in assisting in the acquisition of the properties that are necessary for the public project. That consultant then researches and gathers all of the information about the particular property being acquired. Here we're talking about easements from certain landowners, the width of them, how long they are, where they're located, all of the information about the property to be acquired, and then contacts the landowners to, one, share that information, two, hear whatever the landowner has to say about that, and hopefully have a discussion with the landowner about just compensation that would be paid for acquiring the property. And in that regard, just compensation, though a constitutional term, means, under the statute that I mentioned to you, the fair market value of the property acquired. What the manager is talking to you about is a project that involves the fair market value of an underground water easement. When the consultant contacts you that is intended to be done in good faith, to both be informative and to open up a dialogue about fair market value, fair compensation, so that it works best if everybody cooperates in that process, or let me put it this way, that landowners don't fear it and that they engage in it to the extent that they wish to do so. Because many property acquisitions in this context are achieved by agreement between the landowner and the consultant and talking about it, in which event there's no protracted, lengthy process, which I'll talk about in a minute, to determine just compensation, but there's agreement, if you will, about the just compensation owed, it's paid, a deed of easement is prepared, and it's smoothly and respectfully handled by agreement. There are occasions, of course, where there would be reasonable differences of opinion about fair market value or any other considerations that might prevent an agreement made by a landowner with the consultant. And when that happens, this is where the statute, Chapter 48, kicks in. And what that process by statute requires is that the town send a landowner who is not yet satisfied with the compensation offer, sends a letter called a notice of action. That's what it's called in the statute, which in writing specifies the particular easement being obtained and where it's obtained. It specifies the town's best estimate of reasonable just compensation, that's fair market value of the easement. And it informs the landowner, this letter does, that after 30 days from the date of the letter, under statute, the town will proceed to file their claim for the acquisition with the court. And this is all statutory. We don't make up the letter. The contents are prescribed by statute. That's a 30-day window, again, for further discussion and hopefully an agreement. But there are times when no agreement is reached during that 30-day window. And so once the 30-day window is over with, then the town, by statute, files its claim with the court for the acquisition of the particular property. That's done electronically these days. It's filed with the court. And by statute, once that filing is made, then the town acquires the easement right at that very moment. What remains is very important, but it's the question of fair market value or just compensation that is owed. But from the moment of the filing of the claim with the court, the town is able to, no projects could be built. All right. What happens next is that once the claim is filed with the court, the claim has to be provided to the landowner. It's called serving the claim or the action upon the landowner. And the statute allows the landowner 120 days. That's 3 months. Well, actually, it's 4 months. 4 months within which to file a response to the claim with the court. So there's a lag time there. And then the court notifies the town that filed the claim the landowner that answered the claim in court tells both of them that there is going to be mandatory mediation in the case under mediation rules established by the Superior Court of North Carolina, by which the parties, a mediator selected, that's a third party neutral, and the mediator arranges a time for an in-person meeting with town officials, with the landowner, and the mediator tries to facilitate a discussion about how the case might be resolved, the compensation issue might be agreed to between the parties. Does not decide it, but seeks to facilitate this effort at trying to resolve the case by agreement rather than court action. And in many, many cases, once again, with all the different opportunities, the vast majority of disputes of this kind are resolved at mediation. But mediation takes two to tango. And so if any side is not able to reach agreement, then the matter is ultimately decided by a jury trial in court. But that would take place probably anywhere from 9 months to a year and a half after the landowner had answered the claim. So it's a big lag time, and then a jury decides. One final thing I should mention to you that I forgot to mention. When the town files its claim with the court, it is also required to file with the court, deposit with the court, the amount of estimated just compensation. So suppose it's $10,000. The town, when it files the claim, deposits in the court the $10,000, which is just estimated compensation. That's the town's estimate. And the landowner, on request to the clerk of court, can immediately take that money. And that doesn't prevent the landowner from additional compensation at all. But they have an immediate entitlement to that money, so they're not hung out to dry for waiting around for a year for the case to get tried by a jury. But then if the jury trial takes place a year or so, or wherever it is later, and the jury comes back with a verdict of $10,000 or less, well, then that's been paid. If the jury comes back with a verdict of $15,000 or $20,000, then an additional $5,000 or $10,000 is paid by the town. All right. So that's the process, and I'll end where I began. That I think it's important to share with you because there is a huge liberty interest even expressed in this room today, and that's embedded in the Constitution of not depriving anyone of property without due process of law. At the same time, there is a countervailing public interest that the Constitution recognizes, which commands that just compensation be provided to a private property owner who is called upon to relinquish property for the public good that is decided by others. It's a very delicate and topic for people, and emotional, and it's a very important one. But I hope that this brief outline of the process for you at least lets you know what's afoot with this, and lets you know that there are many different opportunities along the way by which agreement can be reached so that this is more convenient for everyone and less heartbreaking in a way.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody want to ask Mr. Herman any questions?
I have a question, sir. Are we allowed to ask? Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, at this point,
As a point of privilege, which kind of
you want to look?
Sorry, I don't know how this works.
As a point,
Do you mind coming to the podium?
give your name and
May
address.
we have your name and address?
Miranda Rossman at 7557 Auburnwood Drive, Summerfield. I just had a question about why you might need to acquire the land from a landowner in the first place, and I just wanted to ask what would be some examples of why you would need to acquire the land.
Well, look, if you're gonna build a reservoir, you know what I mean? If you're gonna build a road, if you're gonna build a municipal building, and the land on which you need for any one or all of those purposes is something not owned by the town or the city or the county, you know what I mean?
So if it's just in the way or something like of
That's
that
right.
nature?
That's
Okay,
right.
that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
In this situation, it's a pipeline that's gonna run underneath the ground.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, hopefully it'll be hidden, you know, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, anybody else? All right, at this point, I think we're at the point where we need a motion. All right, what are we doing?
So you have before, let me kind of lead up to what the motion is about. So you have before you tonight a resolution that would authorize the acquisition of the easements necessary for fire suppression. So it would authorize the town to engage a consultant to go out and negotiate the purchase or the donation or otherwise the acquisition of this property. It also authorizes, should you come to a situation where you are not able to, in good faith, reach an agreement to purchase or have the property donated, it would authorize the town and the town manager in consultation with the town attorney to initiate eminent domain proceedings when appropriate. You have at the back of the resolution an attachment, Exhibit A, which outlines all the parcel IDs of the property owners. You'll notice that it is 13 easements and that is spread out over 11 individual property owners.
Should we read this town resolution or just by you explaining this?
No, you would only need a motion.
So I'm going back to the,
Yes.
to the motion.
I would read the name of the resolution,
Okay,
but not the entire resolution.
okay. Is there a motion to approve the resolution or to, I guess, endorse the resolution, resolution 2006-008, resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Summerfield authorizing the acquisition of easements for fire suppression? Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve resolution RES-2026-008, resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Summerfield authorizing the acquisition of easements for fire suppression.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Doggett. Any discussion?
I'm not a fan of this project, but just a couple of quick questions. Even though I'm not going to vote for it, I'd still like to see if there's anything for those that are going to vote for it that we can do for the nice Ms. Atkins that was here earlier. She had mentioned about her property and the negotiations with the easements. Is there anything we can do from what the problems that she listed off, anything that we can do for her? I don't know if you're able to answer that now or.
I have not seen the property or the issues that she's brought up or challenges, so, I mean, that's really gonna be with Right Path Acquisitions. They represent the town and the town attorney to look into those.
I would clarify that I believe that Ms. Atkins' concern was more the location of the water line, so that is something that should be, if it is to be addressed, needs to be addressed before we begin discussions about acquiring the property, because that would be a relocation of the water line, correct? Am I
I think you're correct.
Yeah, okay.
So, I just have, since.
Come on up. Kevin,
Since-
do you
since
mind
you're
coming
letting
up
me
so we can
speak.
hear you? Come on up.
So.
We want you to be happy.
God bless you. So, I'm sitting there with a concern. I already have my certified letter and I have my meeting next week with right-of-way acquisition, whatever that is. So, it confuses me how that you're just now approving it when I've already got my letter.
When did you get the letter?
last week, last Friday or Saturday morning.
Where was it from?
Right away.
I can show you.
So those have already been sent in?
So this is very confusing whenever you're just now, and that's my property, just for that.
What you got there? It's what? It's what?
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
It's right after the acquisition.
We haven't seen that either.
Yeah. I will say that we've had some discussions with Whitecap about doing this work. They know we were coming tonight for the official resolution to ask for authorization to move forward with this project. And we had discussed, in fact, I think we have intended to follow up with them tomorrow on this. So this is kind of a surprise to us as well.
Is that gonna impact us doing the resolution? Is there any impact on us, on them jumping the gun, which is what they've done?
No,
And us doing this resolution?
No, there is no impact on doing the resolution. I will say that this is perhaps an honest mistake because they are handling another pretty significant trail project with other easements, and so maybe there was some confusion
I
there.
haven't gotten that one yet.
Well, that may not cross your property.
You're not at this point.
How big is your
But
mailbox?
It's not.
Got a big mailbox?
I'm not there yet. Well, actually, I just FYI, I live in Carborough and I split my time between here and there because I still work in Greensboro. And I will say this, just because I can now. The property was built in '60 by my aunt and uncle. And we've already been through this property's already been through this process because the bridge came in. It was a nice, great big front yard, and then the bridge came in and it took everything. So here we are in the future and we're doing this again.
I would just say again that if your concern is the location of the easement, that is beyond the purview of acquiring the land for the easement. That is something that.
Well, I understand there's a whole process now, and we'll
Yeah.
go through the process.
And I would urge you, and actually when I was making the comment about not being hesitant to talk with a consultant, I was thinking about you because I had heard what you were saying about potential concerns and problems.
I'm concerned with the structure of my house.
Exactly.
Because someone in Oak Ridge just posted a video this morning of a gas line and being so close to his house. Well, it's gonna be on top of my house, and if there's any boulders or whatever, they're gonna have to blast. It makes me
I
very
don't think
nervous.
that the consultants that will be handling the negotiation of the acquisition of the easements are going to
I don't know if they'll be able
be
to answer that.
prepared to discuss that because they're different than the engineers that designed the project.
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah.
make sure, you know your property, you've mentioned some of your concerns, which I think, really need to be looked into. And apparently, there's some kind of meeting arranged, with the consult, right, you have that. Please share with them everything that you can about this and about your concerns. And one of our tasks is to be in touch with that consultant. And if that necessitates any kinds of changes and so forth, we want to know about it. But that's a good starting point.
Thank you for that.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we went a little bit beyond the norm here, but I know we did.
I'll say one more thing if it's
Bring
okay.
it up,
Before I got on the council, we previously criticized this as a thinly veiled attempt to use it for potable water. And I think that's really kind of, from what I understand, really what it's for. I know it says fire suppression, but, I understand the fire department is actually going their own direction. I understand that too. So, I'm not a fan of the eminent domain. I understand with eminent domain for, utilities, it's a different beast than the eminent domain for trails. But, I'm not a supporter of this project, but, I think when we came in, we changed the lines from 12 to 8, and then I think it was back to 12 again. I think that's what it was, but it's really, my personal opinion is it's not really that much for fire suppression ultimately, but that's it.
Mr. Mayor,
Is Kyle on?
can I get Kyle and Mr. Stalls on?
Bless you.
I didn't even see him leave.
Are you there, Kyle?
I got you.
Okay.
Mr. Clay, you still there?
He should be there now, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Clay, you still there?
Mr. Mayor, I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. Now we have both you and Mr. Stoll on remote, so. All right. What did you
We
want?
have a first and a second.
Okay, you ready to vote? Okay. We have first, second, we've had the discussion. All those in favor of passing the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Those two ayes, okay, that's 4.
Nay.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton is opposed. Motion passes. Okay. Discussion IT and key control security policy. By the way, your house was built in 1960?
Yep.
It's the year I was born.
Well, good year then.
65 years old.
It's like the good and the bad in it,
Yeah.
averages out there.
It's a good house. It's a really, really good house.
It is a real good house.
All right, what are we doing? Mr. Rollins?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor.
Discussion IT and key control.
So in your packet, you have a draft policy for your review. Basically is a summarization of what I put into practice at Town Hall since I became town manager 19 months ago, ensuring that the continuity of government, that in my demise, whether that's death, retirement, termination, or moving on by my own accord, that the town would have continuity of government. This particular policy has been shared explicitly, the parts with IT control, so it's a draft for y'all's consideration. I know it came out late last week, so you may have some input that you want to put into it later on, maybe next week at our workshop or next month's meeting. But that's basically outlined the steps that I've taken. Like all the keys, we've rekeyed everything. We have master keys, we have extra keys to vehicles and equipment in the event that one gets lost or stolen. There are explicit instructions for staff concerning that policy. But again, it is a draft, so I would encourage you to digest it. We can talk about it at next week's workshop or at next month's meeting at your pleasure.
You're still up. Anybody want to ask any questions?
No, go ahead.
I was going to make a suggestion that we all review it, but at the same time, get the attorney to review it since it's the policy, and then bring it back in June.
If that's your pleasure, we'll be glad to have that done. I didn't send it to the attorney to be considerate of legal bills and everything until I got the direction from council. So I'll make sure she gets a set of eyes on it and reviews it, and that should give her plenty of time by next month.
Should we have a week?
Mr. Mayor,
Is that Mr. Clay?
it is.
Okay, yes, Mr. Clay.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Rollins, for delivering this draft policy. I'm in favor of having such a policy and look forward to taking some time to review it. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem and having and requesting that our town attorney begin her due diligence review of this policy and having it at our next regular meeting.
Were you done? You were. Anybody else?
Heath, did you help create this policy?
No, I don't know.
May I say one thing? Sorry. Should we review it and within a week give any feedback to the manager upon any changes, so you don't have to review it twice?
I would say that other than a cursory glance in reviewing the agenda for this meeting, I have not looked at it. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, or things you feel like you need to address further or you want mentioned, I would direct those to the manager, and then he can direct those to me. Of course, if you have any questions that you feel like are appropriate for me, I'm happy to talk through those, especially as they relate to any sort of legality or procedural issues.
Okay.
So maybe then, Mr. Rollins, if you would wait about a week before you give us about a week to digest it, if that's okay with everybody.
That's good with me. Is that okay with you, Kyle
Yeah.
and Heath?
Yes.
Kyle?
That's fine.
Okay,
Good with me.
we done on that? Everybody done?
Yes.
Priscilla, Mr. Owens, newsletter content and
Yes, sir.
timeline.
Mr. Mayor, so we're coming up on the next edition for our newsletter quickly. The solid waste recycling bills for the second quarter will go out no later than June 15th. So we're starting to gather data for that second newsletter. I spoke with the mayor about doing this mayor's message again. And we're going to be highlighting an employee, but what we wanted to do is get some feedback from council if there's some things you want to be added, and I would ask you to direct your comments to me and Madam Clerk, who's actually the editor of it, of things you want, you don't want, you like, you don't like, or you like the direction we're going right now. Certainly we can change it every edition, we can get bigger and better if you so want to, but we do need enough staff time to put it together. It's graphics and editorial and dates and everything needs to be triple checked before it goes out. And we need to print it out so it goes out with those that still get paper bills, if that makes sense. And those that get electronic bills will get an electronic copy as soon as that electronic bill's set out. So we're just looking for your feedback, basically.
And when's that gonna be? Do you have a date?
We need the information from you, Mr. Mayor, by the end of the month. The actual newsletter physically will go out or somewhere around June the 15th, which is the next billing cycle for the solid waste bills. We send them out in tandem. It saves postage.
Mr. Manager, when would you need council feedback, comments, like within a week?
Yes, ma'am. Unless you're gonna do a drastic change, feedback is fine, but if it's something that I'm gonna need consensus of, if there's something major, we need to probably get consensus tonight. Hey, we wanna change this, or if you kinda like the format and make a couple of tweaks.
Okay.
Let's start with, is there anything you don't like about it?
I mean, we only have one that's come out, right?
Yes, sir.
I think you'll probably have to do several more to kind of get a feel on what feels right, so.
And we're open to that feedback. We want to make it bigger and better every time, but we just wanted to kind of do a check-in, if you will, and say, hey, do you like the first one? This is the direction we're going to go with the second one. We're going to highlight the town staff member. We've already selected that staff member in the maintenance department this time. The mayor will be doing a message again, and we'll put in important dates and stuff happening in the town.
I just want to say you've done a great job putting that together. It's really professional.
Thank you.
So very well done. We done with that? You're up, Mr. Hamilton, social media guidelines.
Actually, since I put this on there, there's been some more postings about meetings and things. That's all I wanted to do. I know, I can't remember if that's what you said last time, that we needed some more direction from all of us. The social media has been kind of inconsistent. I understand that, you don't know who wants you to post what. So that's why I put it on here, so we can talk about it for a minute. I'd like you to post as much as you can. Obviously, if you miss something, it's a mistake, that's fine. I don't care about, individual accidents where you might miss something, but as just a rule of thumb, I'd like to see, my thing is I like to see the meetings on there. Anything you think of that's going on, make sure you post it. People don't really go to the web. I don't think people go to the website to look for things. I think they usually use social media as the main spot, so. Just curious to hear from
Do
you
you
guys.
mind if I say something?
Yeah.
I think
If I said I minded, would you still do it?
I think as you're planning on improving the website, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think as that happens, more people will go to it.
So let me give you some statistics that are tracking, and Lee, I'm looking at you for confirmation. If I get off, correct me, please, ma'am. The website's getting about 7,000 hits a week. The Facebook is getting an average of north of 15,000 hits a week. In other words, people actually going and viewing. We're looking at the analytics. Lee and I have been working diligently to fine tune that and to put together stuff. I went to that conference on communication in local government, and I brought back some stuff, and she's brought back some stuff from the clerks conferences. So our views are way up. We did get some feedback from a concerned citizen, and we took that and implemented that the last 3 Fridays, we're putting all the meetings for the upcoming week ahead of time, and then a link to the calendar. We've heard good feedback on that. And the one thing about Facebook, the concern was from the training that I went through was you don't want to oversaturate. In other words, you don't want to do more than one posting a day. Because what happens is the important stuff gets lost in the translation. So that's a fine balance. And so that's how we've been combating that. But I mean, certainly we're working at your pleasure, so we'll do whatever y'all want to do. We just need a consensus, the majority group, because everybody has different ideas. But I can tell you our views are way up. Am I correct in those numbers?
Well, I'm of the same opinion that Mr. Hamilton, that it needs to go on Facebook, because talking about the website's still hard to navigate. Where on Facebook, it's there, you link it back to the website or something to that effect. I just think as an older generation, I can say that because I'm getting older, but as an older generation, Facebook's the thing for them to find more information. And so,
Yeah, I think if you go onto the website, actually our website, to look at council documents, and that's been this way for a while. I think you click on it and it goes to 2024. And then I think a lot of folks get lost from there, like, well, how do I get to 2026? I don't know if you guys can, if you click on the council
What goes
to 2024?
like documents, I'll have to come by sometime and show you when I see it, but it's not just me, but other folks, when they click on it, it goes directly to 2024, and then you have to find and navigate to 2020. I don't know if you guys have that trouble too or not.
I've heard there's, it's just, which we've all discussed at the websites.
It's extremely clunky, but I mean, I'll do whatever you guys want to do, but I'm just looking at the stats right here for the past month on the website. There were 79,000 calendar views. That's 47, and probably half of those were staff. But so people are finding it, but I agree the website is extremely clunky.
On the analytics though, you know they're going, but are they finding what they're looking for?
That's true.
You just know they're going.
I have no idea. Right.
On either one, I'm just saying, you just.
Right.
I have faith that it's only gonna get better. You know, and there's something to be said for both Facebook and the website. There's two different uses there's a different use for each one. And I just, the sooner the better with the website as far as I'm concerned. I mean, when was that gonna happen? Do you have any idea? I mean,
We're working with the company to update it, but it's a consuming time. And one of the updates is we have to comply with the ADA standards. Now, they just did an extension to that. You probably saw that in your NCLM League update letter if you have had a chance to check that in your email. So it's going to take some time. It is not the most functional, I will give you that, but we still have a ton of traffic to it. And
I just have one question, and I have not gone to check. If you are on Facebook and it takes you to the calendar so you can see the meeting time, say for tonight's council meeting, then is there a link that will take you to the packet?
There is.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. That's one of the constituents was asking for that, so thank you very much.
so just to be clear, that posting on Fridays that we're doing now is for the upcoming week. So this Friday will be one, and then there will be a link to the calendar to that. And when they click on that meeting, it takes them to the link for all the materials.
Right. Thank you very much.
Sure. And that's kind of the compromise. We're not flooding Facebook with 3 or 4 posts a day because it's going to get lost in translation, and then the intention of what y'all's intention is the better informed public is going to get lost because it's just going to be too saturated.
anything else on this?
No, sir.
Then let's move on. Approval of resolution of support for the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority's master planning study. Who's gonna do that? I mean,
I'll be glad to speak on it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right.
So, the General Assembly commissioned a water study of the region of Randolph and Guilford County specifically to look at the needs, and I emphasize needs of the region. It is not any obligation that you're gonna have anything. It is just the needs, and what the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority has done is put together a resolution to all the governments that were encompassed in that study We were one of those governments, in fact, we were the northernmost local government for that. And so all you're saying is, you agree with the needs study. They plan on taking all these resolutions and this back to the General Assembly to ask for funding, and also to the federal legislatures for future projects of water and sewer in the region. But you're not obligating yourselves to anything other than you're saying, we agree with the needs.
Who came up with the resolution?
They did, the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority.
So,
And all the other towns involved in this are signing this exact, for the most part, this exact.
Yes, sir, as far as I know. I haven't heard anything different from my peers.
Okay.
you know, I understand that the Water Authority, they push for the regionalization of water and wastewater. You know, and I think the resolution also says that the town affirms its commitment to that group in their leadership role. You know, regionalization of water means that the town, specifically town citizens, they have less of a voice in those matters if regionalization happens. You know, water rates will be set by regional boards if it actually does come through. And if regionalization happens, and this resolution says that we affirm our commitment to their leadership role, and I feel like we're giving support to a study that is eventually going to take our ability to have a say-so away from us. Smaller towns, I have some friends in Kernersville, and they feel like, I think that's one area, I might be wrong, but you know, some of these folks complain that they don't really have a lot of say-so. The rates are set by this regional board. In a place like this, I think we would have very little say-so compared to a place like, Greensboro, Guilford County. I don't think we'd have many seats at that table. And I think a small town would get swallowed up by a really bureaucratic expansion. And I think it'd make it really hard for us ever to have any sort of say-so. I think development would flow in a way that would be maybe not even consistent with where we want it to go or how we want it to go, because it would follow whatever this water plan would do. And so, if there's a cost, I'll just say that any resolution that we give, I think, should reflect that we don't want regionalization, that we still want it with us. But I'm going to be against it for that reason.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to accept the resolution supporting Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority's master plan study and the study prioritization of recommendation regional wastewater and water capacity development alternatives.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Who was that? Was that Mr. Clay? Is that you, Kyle?
Stalls.
Stalls, okay, seconded by Mr. Stalls. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the resolution in support of the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority's master planning study, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Mr. Hamilton, opposed.
And before you move on, Mr. Rollins, that is correct. They are pushing for the regionalization of water.
Water and sewer, that's my understanding, is they provided the needs, and that is, I think, the long-term goal.
And so the vote that we just gave, that I was against and for before, that would push for the control of those things we put into a regional.
It doesn't say anything about control. Right now, they're trying to get funds for regional water and sewer.
The regionalization of water is their ultimate goal. I think that's.
I believe that's true.
Okay. And so Summerfield the majority just committed to that regionalization.
They haven't signed anything. They're not obligated.
A resolution is just as good as the paper it's written on.
Yeah, but we're right. But if they can get the, if they can show that we have to the General Assembly or whoever, they can say, this town has already said that they like us in this leadership role.
You're not obligating yourself to join that authority or that regionalization. You're saying you support the study, right, at this point in time. That is their long-term goal, but still, before you join a regional initiative, you will have the choice. It will come back before this governing body.
As well as all the other language on there too, right?
Yes.
And what would happen is they would say, all right, you're not going to join the regional system, then you're on your own, unless they make you. I mean, they could actually make us, and then y'all are going to have to provide your own water.
This is a step in that direction.
Yeah. All right,
I think it's a misstep if we don't, because of all the lawsuits and all the way the General Assembly's been looking at us as a town, that we don't work with other people. I think this shows our commitment to want to work and stand behind what we said we were going to do.
I think it's a big mistake, but I understand we disagree, and that's okay.
okay, we're gonna move on. Discussion of personnel records. I guess that would be, is that you too, Hamilton?
Which one is it?
G, discussion of personnel records.
Oh, that's something I think I've talked to most everybody on, at least. And the idea is that when it comes to the manager's records, one of the things that I've heard before was there was a question, before you ever got here, Mr. Owens, there was a question of who maintains the records, and I think there was a little bit of difficulty in figuring out where some things were before. Because of that, I thought, well, I'm trying to cross T's and dot I's for anything that could be an issue ever that we've encountered before, and so we hope we won't encounter them again. So with that being said, I don't think it makes, well, tell me now, who maintains your record, Mr. Rollins?
Currently, as a personnel officer, I maintain all records, including my own.
Right. So Mr. Rollins maintains his own personnel record, and I think that is something that we probably should change to make sure, because Mr. Rollins isn't his own personnel, he's our personnel. So with that being said, my idea, and a little bit of a discussion before I make a motion, is I think we should probably put it in the hands, I think it would be smart and prudent to put it in the hands of somebody else, and I think that individual would most likely be the attorney. If anybody has any questions for me, I'll take them. If not, I'll go and make a motion.
Just the manager's personnel records, or everybody's personnel records?
The managers. I mean, just the managers, because he manages everybody else, so he should have their personnel records. But when it comes to his record, I think that the manager's record should be maintained by somebody that's not himself.
Okay.
So I move that the manager's record.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, is that Mr. Clay?
That is me, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we know if any other, reach out to any other towns or any other municipalities to see how they manage this? Because I'm sure we can't be the only town or city that has a town manager and where they keep the records. Do we have any idea? Are we the tip of the spear on this, or?
No, I have not. This one seems like some things seem complicated, some things don't. This one seems like a fairly straightforward, you should not manage your own personnel record. So, and you should not have any other employee of the managers manage the manager's record. So it makes sense to me that the only person who that should be able to have it would be the town attorney, who is also hired by the board.
May I ask a question? What would be the cost involved with the attorney storing records like this? I mean,
I think there is no cost to hold the records. I mean, of course, that is different than actually looking at the records or being involved or advising on any sort of personnel matters. It also, just to a question that was asked earlier, different municipalities handle things in a different way. Some people may have a dedicated HR person. Some people may elect for the clerk to handle or hold those records. It's at the pleasure of the board.
So with that being said, I move to have the attorney maintain the record for the manager.
is there a second? Y'all hearing this? Does either one of you want a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Doggett seconds it. All right, further discussion. Is there any discussion?
No, sir.
Mr. Mayor, a question. I think I heard Ashley say that obviously it's a pleasure of the board, but from your experience and other municipalities, is there a commonality or a norm that goes on with the clerk, with the town attorney, or HR? Could you speak on that, please?
Every board is truly unique. I think a lot of who holds it depends on the size of the municipality and the available departments. For example, y'all don't have an HR department to hold it. So you are, without the manager, you are left with very few options to hold that. The natural next people in line would be probably me, the town attorney, or Ms. Rucker, Madam Clerk.
And actually, it would not just be for Mr. Rollins, it'd be any manager that the town has. So just to make sure it's clear, Which means, I don't know if that means that you would, I mean, who holds the files for the previous manager? Yeah, what occurred?
Sir, if you are changing who holds the manager's personnel files as a part of the transition, I feel like it is appropriate to transition all of those manager files
I think it's
to whoever the new keeper of those records is.
that's what makes sense to me.
And are we talking paper, physical records, or are we talking, well, I guess, any kind of records, I guess, right?
Yes, sir, they're actual physical records.
Physical records, okay. Okay, all right, I'm sorry.
Just another, I mean, I think it protects you and it protects us. I mean, I think it's a good thing.
I'm in favor of this. I don't have a problem with it at all. So, I mean, whether it's the clerk or the town attorney, whatever y'all's pleasure is, I have no qualm of it. Now, the employees, that is in my statutory authority to keep those as your personnel officer.
Nobody's
But mine, I have no qualms at all.
Mr. Stahl, Mr. Clay, any more questions?
None from me. I have a question. I couldn't hear Mr. Dollar. Could you repeat what you were saying?
I was just saying, I thought it was a good thing for the manager and us. You know, if he doesn't have, nobody can accuse him of taking something, and it just protects everybody.
You got anything?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, there's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the manager's records being held by the town attorney signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye in favor, not aye opposed.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, it passes unanimously, so congratulations. Approval of ban for the Founder's Day.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'll address this. I apologize for late coming of this contract. Give you a little background on this, though. We had a vendor lined up who had a substantial personal injury and could not fulfill their obligation contract with the town, and we scrambled with the mayor's help. We were able to get a band to do it for the same price as this other vendor, and so before you have a contract for that band. And it has gone through legal review with the town attorney, and I'm recommending that you approve that contract so we can have that band this Friday night.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the contract as presented this evening, and so that we will have a band for our Friday night at Founder's Day.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, Mr. Stalls, Mr. Clay, y'all hear me? Okay. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. All right, where are we at? Manager and council reports and updates and council comments. Mr. Manager, you want to go first?
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to. I'll try to keep this brief because I know we have a closed session. I'll let you one in front of us. I'll just start with the projects. The A&Y project, we're still in the easement acquisition phase of that project. And as soon as that's complete, then we'll be putting it out for bids. And so that is moving forward. Maintenance operations, I gathered some data for you all in the maintenance department. So I just want to talk about some of the things that they've been doing is they've pressure washed the entire amphitheater. They've done all the pavement striping for all the parking lots. They do basic toilet and, plumbing and basic electrical repairs. They have done all the mowing and landscaping and continue to do that for our various properties. And a lot of people they only think of our properties being the athletic park, community center, and town hall. We also have the Bugle Boy. We also have down 220 by the tunnel. We have some trails from in a neighborhood. So they're doing that. They're doing the custodial work. We have 12 bathrooms, y'all. 12 bathrooms. They maintain all that, do all the custodial. So they've done painting. They fixed the fence next to our neighbor, Mr. Wendelkin, in town hall. It was our fence. It fell down. They were able to repair that. That's a costly repair. If you haven't had any lumber done, it's really costly for those types of things. And of course, they set up and clean these rooms every time. And this place is rented every weekend, and they do the setup for this. That's just to name a couple of things. Just some projects that came from the Parks and Rec maintenance director. We re-gravelled the The dog park was a savings of $17,246 for that project. That's the savings we did by doing it ourselves. We had a quote of $21,000 for that. Mulch, we had a quote of $15,080. We did it ourselves and saved the town $11,679. We have reworked the dugouts, put new tops on the dugouts, new shingles. If you haven't been out to SAP and noticed that, that was a savings of $5,864. We reworked the fields in that the pitching mounds, the home plate, and the base plugs all had to be replaced. And that was done in-house for a savings of $9,576. They did the carpentry in this back room so that y'all have a closed session room, that we're not sitting on each other. That was a savings of $2,454. So just those 5 projects, the town maintenance department has saved over $46,000. If you remember during the last administration, a lot of these things we just hired a contractor. So it's very hard to measure, if you will, in finite numbers. We have shared information about 9 months ago with the finance committee, and they were pleased with the direction and the investment and the decision this board went with forming the maintenance department. We were doing over $115,000 in contracts just for mowing and landscaping, and that was basic mowing and cutting the bushes. Our people are doing much more. So that's kind of a report on what they're doing. If you want more in depth, I'll be glad to do that, but I won't be able to do it till after budget season's over. It's just, we got to go through the records, and right now our finance officer is taxed to the max doing this software integration, the billing, and then the regular budget stuff and receivables and payables.
Before you move, are you getting ready to move on to something?
Yes,
else?
sir.
Before you move on, yeah, thank you for giving us some of the information. That was one of the concerns, I think, when we first started. We started that maintenance program or department, when was that? Last year?
It was a year ago this last January, so we're about 18 months in.
So the more information you have with those, I know it takes up a little bit of time, but I know time's been elsewhere, so if we can put some time on that, because if it ever looks like we would be better off contracting things out, I would definitely want to do that. I mean, the goal is we don't want to keep, growing the government, and the idea was that we'd save some money by doing it this way, so I really want to stay aware of where those numbers are. And I understand we save some money on these things here and there, but at some point we're going to have something to sort of look at on both sides and say, well, did this make sense, or are we actually spending a lot more than we ever should have?
So next is IT transition. Today was a very monumental step. We now have our new IT company. We now have full control of everything from the old IT company. And everything is moving along very, very well with that. They had until the 15th to make that transition, but we had an on-site person there. We have remote access. They've come in and they've done a survey of everything, and they're getting ready to install the new equipment. If you recall that when I recommended this last month, the old IT company, we have basically just outgrown them. One of the things that the new IT company found is that our firewall, and I think everybody knows what a firewall is, that ours was so old the manufacturer didn't support it anymore. So that's like having Windows 9. It's not even supported. And so now we have an updated one. We're able to protect our system because we do exist in government, to serve the citizens. And if we have a breach, we cannot do that. So that is going very well and will be completed on time by the 15th. They have control now, and that new equipment will be installed very shortly. I've also asked them for a proposal for our server. As you well know, our server's getting close to being full, and so they're working on that proposal for us and hope to have that to us in the next 2 weeks. I'm pushing them so we can consider that in the budget process. Town side, I need some direction from council on this. The one vendor that we've done, that we've contacted so far that we submitted the design to, basically came back way past $30,000. I reached out to them. I was like, look, if it's going to be over $30,000, we have to do a formal RFP, request for proposal, and put it out for bids. And they weren't willing to come off the price. Basically, they said we can make it smaller and we can drop it under $30,000. which we don't have to do an RFP, but I would still have to take that new size and submit it for at least a second quote. So I'm looking for direction to council. Do you want me to put it out for a formal bid at the original size, which is about 12 foot from end to end for the sign? Or do you want me to look at going smaller, and I can bring that information back to you next month? I know that I can tell you this, council, that this project, somebody was telling me we were talking about town signs 20 years ago. And we have the design, we have it approved for DOT standards, we have the encroachment, so it's either you want it smaller, you want it bigger. If you want it bigger, I'll put it out for proposals and we'll see what they come back in, and then I'll bring that number to you.
Wait a second, so you did get the encroachment, it's done now?
But that was done last meeting. We have that.
I thought we already had an agreement on what we were gonna spend on the, did we not have that?
We had a budgetary number, but by state law, we have to do bidding and purchasing by state law. And that number that came in for budgetary was way over $30,000, which requires me to put it out for a formal bidding process. And I addressed them, I said, are you willing to drop it under 30 so I can get a second quote and do it for under 30, like $29,999? They said, no, the only way we'll do that is make the sign smaller.
I'd send you out for bid.
I would send it out for bid. We've been sitting on this forever, and you have to have it a certain size so you can see it.
I remember the discussion 20 years ago.
And, I mean, it's still come in a lot lower. It's approved by DOT. Let's roll.
Yep.
Think you got it?
Is there a
Think you got
consensus?
your direction?
I think I got my consensus. Thank you so much. I'll move on to the next thing.
Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Either one of y'all, Mr. Clay or Mr. Stalls, y'all want to, any input on the town sign? Hello?
Nothing this time.
Okay.
But I guess,
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. That's good. Put up a bid.
but I guess we came up with that budgeted number because we thought, somebody told us, right, that it was gonna be within a certain cost?
That was the projection, but it didn't come in anywhere near that.
We knew it was gonna, it's what, $30-some thousand?
That is what,
Right, it's just over 30, and because it's over 30, you have to put it out for bid.
Right.
But we knew what the price was gonna be. We've okayed the price, we've okayed the sign.
How much wood did they come in for?
I thought we did.
it's just over $30,000, but I'm gonna have to put it out for bid to be fair to them, so it's competitive and
I got you, okay.
wise with. I mean, originally, we were looking at designs, I heard $80,000 for a sign.
Yeah, but then.
Okay, yeah, no, I see where you are.
4 for 5,000 apiece.
That was what that one guy said, that he never.
Public
did that.
forum?
Okay. Public forum, this is actually, an idea of Councilman Hamilton's, is I'm proposing that we push forward with a public forum in the June workshop, which would be the third Tuesday of next month. If so, I'd like to start planning that. Councilman Stalls recommended that we do food. We can do some hot dogs, that's really easy, and have a public forum. And
So actually do it in June?
if you want, if it's y'all's pleasure, I mean, whenever y'all want to do it, but that's our next available workshop date. This month's going to be taken up talking about the budget. Or you can push it to August because we don't have any meetings scheduled in July. Whatever y'all's pleasure is.
I wanna make sure we give,
So that would be June 16th?
That is the third Tuesday if that's what you decide to do.
I just wanna make sure we give a lot of notice to folks, and this is May.
Yeah, that'll have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks.
I think July and August are gonna be I think either June or September. I think July and August, there's gonna be a lot of folks on vacation, and then folks returning for school. So, I mean, do y'all have a preference for June or September? Or
Let's
another
do
idea?
June 16th and knock it out.
Okay.
And what time would that meeting be? 6:30?
Whatever y'all's pleasure is. We normally do workshops at 5:30, but
That's what's on my calendar.
All right,
That sounds good.
5:30?
you want us to advertise at 5:30 to 7:30 in the forum? And do you want us to advertise doing some hot dogs.
It's fine. Only if Mr. Hamilton cooks them.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to share that I will not be available on that day.
And that was Mr. Clay. Is that you, Heath?
Yes, sir.
I mean, would you like to be there? I mean, do you want to, would you like to have us reschedule it to a different date, Mr. Clay? Heath?
I would like to be there, but if the majority of council said that's the day, then I'm sorry, I can't make it.
Yeah, it's the first one. I hate to see anybody not be able to make it.
I would too.
How about we keep trying to come up with a date over the next few weeks? We will definitely have it done by September.
Can we discuss it next Tuesday?
Yeah, or just, we can work with Mr. Rollins, and we don't actually have to, as long as we give him consensus about when to schedule something, I think we're good. So we can keep tossing dates out there. Is that okay with the rest of you?
That's fine.
We're gonna try to pin it down next Tuesday, is that all right? Mr. Clay?
That sounds great, I appreciate that.
The last thing I have for you, council, is just an update. As some of you know this from going to City Vision. So the Burgers Bill, as they're calling it, where he introduced a moratorium on reevaluation, has passed the Senate. It has crossed over to the House. It is highly anticipated that it will pass the House.
It's passed the first reading in the House.
Okay, so that's an update that I didn't even know about today. So it's anticipated to pass that. And so the budget that I took to the Finance Committee that they recommended for y'all is basically a wash now. We can throw that out. And basically what we're looking at doing is cutting about $270,000 out of that budget that was presented to the Finance Committee. So I had discussions with some of council, and at my recommendation, we're gonna have a budget subcommittee, which will be Councilman Doggett, Mayor Pro Tem Devaney, 2 members of the Finance Committee, and the finance officer and myself, and we're gonna roll up our sleeves and get to it. And we plan on doing that this week on Thursday night, and we'll come out of that, on the backside of that, with a presentation for y'all next Tuesday night, your workshop, for hopefully the 26-27 budget with no reevaluation in there. So just want to give you that update that's ongoing, and we're going to be working hard on that Thursday night. So that's all I have for council, unless y'all have any questions for me.
Bandera Farms, is the bikers still?
I'm sorry. Bandera, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Everything's moving ahead. I did meet today with the vice president. They have put a camera out there to catch folks.
I was gonna suggest a deer, like a deer camera or something like that.
Yes, sir. They're gonna put a camera out there, and Sheriff's Department stepped up their patrols. That posting got almost 7,000 hits when we put out that the Sheriff's Department's gonna be looking out for them. So that one post got 7,000 hits. So when we put it out there. So, but
Has it stopped happening?
so far.
Okay.
Because if it does trail damage, that's gonna be on us. You know, after they get it done, so.
Okay.
Anything else for me?
All right, Ms. Turkinall, I've got your note. I'm gonna come back there and talk to you. We're gonna go into closed session. Well, I don't wanna go into a back and forth. He said, she said, right now, if you got a formal complaint, well, we're gonna handle it that way.
Okay, that's
Okay,
fine.
is that okay with you?
That's fine, because I'm going home.
Yeah, you need to go home, and I don't want you to wait, but I've got it here, and we're gonna handle this the right way.
Good.
Okay, right?
You'll get in touch with me.
Well, okay. You want me to call you tomorrow?
That'll be fine.
Okay, all right, we'll do that.
I have some council comments if it's all right.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, I'll say, we voted different ways today, but I appreciate everyone letting me talk it out. I really value dialogue and being able to get things out there. And with that being said, earlier we were talking about, I think there's some public comments being said and some things about the litigation. And, I've seen a lot of stuff in the news or at least social media, and, it can be very misleading. So, I wanted to further correct a few things. I think someone had said earlier that the town attorney, this was the first time, I think that they said it was the first time you had been present. That's not true at all. She's been present for anything that's been dispositive with the town. In this context, it's necessary, and I think it's appropriate in the event that the judge asks the attorney the judge asks the attorney representing the town for the position of the town. And I think it's important for her to be there for that reason. In fact, just the other day, that's what happened because the town attorney was present for the hearing. She was able to respond immediately to the judge's request for full authorization. So again, there's a lot of things floating around out there and a lot of misconceptions, misleading things. We've been relatively silent on a lot of it, out of respect, and two, out of legal necessity. So, we're not allowed to say certain things, and it's been an interesting thing because some folks have been saying all kinds of things, and it's irritating when we can't address those things out. So, I think the courtroom was open the other day to the public, so people were asking the questions. I said, I thank God I don't have to, say no comment because somebody else could answer them. It was, the judge was talking, and but again, it's something that I like to be transparent about everything I can be, and I have heard a lot of things online and in person that are just untrue, and so I'm excited to try to put those out where I can. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we go into closed session to consult with an attorney and to preserve the attorney-client privilege and/or to discuss real property acquisition and employment contracts and/or to discuss personnel matters and receive updates on litigation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor going into closed session signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Stalls? Mr. Stalls, you still there? I think we lost Mr. Stalls.
Aye.
All those opposed, I think it was unanimous, so it doesn't matter. It passes, so we're going into closed session.
that we met in closed session to consult with an attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and or to discuss real property acquisitions and employment contracts and or to discuss personnel matters and receive updates on litigation.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Wait.
Oh, wait a minute, a motion to come back into.
Closed session.
Oh, wait a minute, you got a motion down there.
Do we have a motion, did somebody make a motion to come into closed session, or open
Oh,
session?
no.
Yes.
We just voted.
Yeah, we
Yes,
just
I
did.
thought so.
All right, is there, I understand that there's a motion?
Yep, I make a motion to approve an agreement to terminate the purchase offer for Laughlin and accept an easement for the A&Y Trail.
Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that, Kyle or Heath?
Kyle.
Kyle seconded it. Mr. Stahl, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous.
4-1.
Y'all are driving me crazy. All right,
Was that really a no?
Yeah.
Okay.
oh, you're against it? Okay.
I'm a no.
Okay, all right.
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry, man. I know that was something you.
Okay, so there, all right.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I
Okay,
second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.
Aye.
I got your calendar, Heath. I went ahead and